I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
A very lovely morning to you, our lovely viewers. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what we have on the headlines today. MDA's presidency spent 1.9 billion naira on troops training in France. Plateau Revenue Service sets target of 52 billion naira for 2025. Nigeria, UAE to hold talks on visa restrictions. DR Congo offers $5 million bounties for rebel leaders. Wako Kanu's son, Sean Kanu, signs for Polish club Górnik Polkowice. We begin the news in Nigeria, where ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government, alongside the presidency, spent at least 1.99 billion naira on foreign trips, training, and ESTA codes in France between May 2023 till date. The funds covered airfare, hotel accommodation, visa processing, ESTA codes, training programs, and business meetings across all MDAs. According to the report, a substantial portion was spent on executive training programs, study trips, and international conferences. Moving on, the Plateau State Internal Revenue Service has announced a revenue growth trajectory with a significant increase from 15.9 billion naira in 2023 to 31.14 billion naira in 2024. Chairman of the PSIRS, Pam Wires, in an address on Friday, revealed that the organization has made tremendous progress since taking office in 2023. He attributed this success to the service's commitment to improving revenue generation and tax compliance, revealing the government has set an ambitious target of 52 billion naira for 2025. Still on, Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates will hold talks in the coming days addressing the persistent challenges Nigerians face in obtaining visas. These talks aim to resolve concerns over visa restrictions and strengthen diplomatic economic ties between both nations. The decision was reached during a courtesy visit by Salem Said Al-Shamsi, the UAE ambassador to Nigeria, to Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, at the Tafawa Balewa House in Abuja. The minister reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to its partnership with the UAE, highlighting the deep economic connections between both countries. Now to end the local news, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has invited the Amewole-led members of the House of Assembly to a meeting. This was contained in a letter issued on Port Harcourt on Sunday, 9th March by the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Tammy Danagogo. The letter, titled Meeting Between the Governor of Rivers State and the Honorable Members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, was addressed to the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martin Amewole. The meeting follows the controversy surrounding the state government since the conduction of the local government elections. And on the foreign scene, the Democratic Republic of Congo government has offered a reward of $5 million to help arrest 3 leaders of the M23 rebel group, which has seized much of the east part of the country this year. A former head of DR Congo's Electoral Commission, Cornel Nanga, now leads the Congo River Alliance, which includes the M23 rebel group, addressing large rallies in the cities under the group's control. The bounty is also on offer for M23 leaders Sultani Makenga and Bertrand Bisimwa. The 3 men were prosecuted last year in absentia by a military court and given death sentences for treason. Also, Iran's supreme leader has criticized bullying countries in an apparent response to Donald Trump's letter demanding negotiations over its nuclear program. Trump revealed on Friday, March 7th, that he had warned Tehran in a letter he could face military action unless it agreed to talks for a nuclear deal. In a furious response on Saturday, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei revealed Iran would not negotiate with bullying governments insisting on talks. According to the United Nations, his regime has advanced its nuclear program rapidly in recent years. And now to sports. The son of Nigerian football icon Nwako Kanu has signed with Polish third-tier side Górnik Polkowice, marking the start of his professional football career. The 19-year-old Sean Kanu move to Górnik Polkowice was announced by KS Dozamet connector Noah Sol. It says that he joined another Polish team, Górnik, without disclosing the length or financial details of the contract. The wife of the former Super Eagles star Amara Kanu attended the signing ceremony, expressing her pride and excitement on social media. Now to end the news, Arsenal are reportedly close to securing the signing of Victor Osimhen, having agreed on a €62 million fee to bring the Nigerian striker to the Emirates this summer. The 26-year-old striker, currently on loan at Galatasaray, has been on the radar of several top European clubs, including Manchester United, Chelsea and Napoli, who are unlikely to retain Osimhen beyond this season. According to Team Talk, Arsenal's willingness to meet the valuation puts them in a strong position to land one of Europe's most prolific strikers. And these were the top headlines this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is the newspaper review.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. They are extorting us too much. Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry. Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other state, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like you see what is there now. After painting, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the time, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as far forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of what's it, we're under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. So people they are employed now from this work.
Wow.
We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen? What makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could sit down one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets, and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have 2 types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the 3 major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now, this is rubber, but we call it rattan. Okay. They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes, but even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we let work from them. But we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will let work from you. And that's why we take over the business.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. and this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and we are going to be taking a look at what we have on the front pages of the newspapers this morning, and we'll be starting off with the Punch newspaper. But not before I welcome our in-house analyst this morning. We've got Mohammed Akonji in the studio this morning. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for having me. How was your weekend?
Good to see you. My weekend was fine, and let me also welcome you and also say happy Ramadan?
Oh, of course, okay. Just almost 10 days to it now, right?
Yes,
okay.
but
I think we saw last week.
I'm not sure we've
seen, okay. Perhaps, maybe we haven't.
How is that coming?
Oh, at least, perhaps the situation right now, everywhere is quite hot. I mean, yesterday, it was quite enervating because of the sun. It was very, very sunny yesterday, and then I had some engagement, so I know how hard it was a little bit, you know. I got a bit testy.
Hard to do what?
To fast yesterday. I mean, in terms of the weather was quite harsh, and so maybe that harshness, you know, made me a bit enervated and weak, perhaps. But you know, sometimes like that, it's always a change into periods. Sometimes it's during rainy season where everywhere is quite cool and you know, and clear on the body and good on the body. While sometimes you tend to be able to see a very harsh weather.
So are there times that we actually have the Ramadan season when it's cold?
Oh, definitely.
So that means the climate change, a lot of things are happening now.
So with the changing weather condition, remember, so Ramadan the commencement of it is actually dependent on the sighting of the moon. So the Islamic system, calendar system, is based on the appearance of the moon, not the sun, as it is the usual thing with the Gregorian calendar. So the way the moon appears, and a moon's appearance or moon's movement is about 29 to 30 days. So that time tends to be able to shift. I mean, what's it called? In line with the Gregorian calendar. So as we're able to start March 1st, just like today is March 10. Fasting started last week Saturday. I mean, 2 Saturdays ago, 2 weeks ago. That was when fasting started. The next one now will be like 11 days away from that, maybe like around February 18 or February 19, you understand? And then before it keeps going down like that to maybe to around time in January. Another time it can even start in December. Another time it can start in November. Oh yes, depending on, so that's what I'm saying. So next one now, it starts in, last one started I think March 11th or March 12th. This year start March 1st.
March 1st, right on.
Exactly, 1st of March. Today is just like the 10th, just like 10th of March. Today is the 10th of November. Next one too will be like around February 18, and it keeps going back like that, and it keeps cycle, keep changing in that.
Was there ever a time it's in September?
Oh, definitely, definitely. It's going to maybe like in the next. It could be like, okay, so I know that December now, maybe by 2030, it will really be around that December time, and that the period keep changing like that, and then just like I said, so it's actually based on the sighting of the moon. The moon is the indication to say, okay.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegwega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I would leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is I do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away because I was just a young doctor. I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half, same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. Is going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition, but the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other state, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like if you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to mix the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are pretty interested and we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are blood now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that You can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we'll be having a talk show on personal finance, focusing on investment, sharing knowledge on where to invest, how to invest, associated risks, and how an investor can avoid pitfalls in investment. Our guest this morning is Mr. Tajuddin Ibrahim. Is the Director of Research and Strategy at Chapel Hill, Denham. And to join him in this discourse this morning will be our in-house analyst here at Business Day, Mr. Ojabelo. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
You're welcome, Elizabeth.
Let me start by asking you, Mr. Tajuddin, firstly, before we just go straight into the conversation. What do you think, when you hear a struggling economy, what does it mean to you? And would you describe Nigeria as a struggling economy?
I think it is befitting for Nigeria to be described as a struggling economy. Number one, when you consider consumers' purchasing power. When your purchasing power has dropped significantly, either on the back of, or let me say largely speaking, on the back of government policies, because we embarked on reforms, you have your spending power declining or reducing significantly. And that does not apply to just one or two individuals or just a set of people. It applies to a very large percentage of the population. So from that standpoint, one can say Nigeria is a struggling economy. To even make it worse, we have a situation where the prices of goods and services have gone up significantly in the past 24 months. So that makes it to be like a situation where your lower spending power is also facing higher prices in the market. So overall, the economy is struggling from that standpoint. The third element is around the exchange rate. We have been struggling as an economy to stabilize our exchange rate. And on the back of that, we had to allow about 2 to 3 episodes of devaluation within the past 24 months. So that is another sign that this economy is struggling. And the three indicators cannot be neglected from an analysis standpoint. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tajuddin. Now, considering the three major indicators you've demystified, how do you think investors will react, considering these points? I think investors, will react in a way that, will still make it profitable for them in terms of investment. Because when you have dislocations in an economy, such dislocations present opportunities for investors to take advantage of. When you look at the devaluation that we encountered, what devaluation implied is that for dollar investors, it is largely positive for them. For every dollar invested, you stand the chances of gaining more naira because our currency is becoming weaker, or it's been devalued against the the US dollar. So from that standpoint, an investor can position accordingly. Know that it is an economic dislocation, but the reality is that it presents an investment opportunities for those that identify such an opportunity and can take advantage of it. That is number one. When you take a look at inflation, what you find in inflation environment is that when inflation rises, what eventually happens is that the Monetary Policy Authority would have to respond accordingly by raising interest rates. So a savvy investor will position himself or herself to take advantage of rising interest rates and will climb that ladder along with the economy, investing with rising yield on investment. So that is another way that investors are able to play the dislocation in the economy.
Mr. Takni, you made mention of market dislocation, and as a result of that, some hedgers capitalize in terms of dollar investment. Are you not seeing that as a rent seeking affecting the economy?
So it is not so much of a rent seeking, because what it means is that you, naturally speaking, as an investor, will be expected to diversify your investments. So diversification is just not in asset classes alone, speaking to equities, speaking to fixed income and alternatives. Diversification also comes to the fore when you look at currency. So you have some of your investment in local currency and you have some of your investment in foreign currency. So whichever goes either way, you are good. You are protected. If the naira strengthens against the US dollars, your naira holding investment will be will give you that expected return and reward. When the US dollar goes against the naira, your dollar investment will also reward you accordingly. I think we should just see it as diversification instead of seeing that rent seeking.
Okay, meaning that investors are after maximization of their wealth and also looking for a way to avert risk.
Absolutely, it is a combination of you trying to generate strong returns and also try to reduce your risk exposure. A good mix of risk and return is what makes a very good investment.
Allow me to come in here. We've established three things. You said there are three factors that, of course.
There are several, but those three are on the front line.
On the front line for you, defining a struggling economy. So in your opinion, with all of these things that you have noted, what then would you say would be the best form of investment for investors right now in a struggling economy, like people that want to come to invest in Nigeria from out of the country and maybe even Nigerians themselves?
I think if you are looking at the current environment, no doubt those that started investing in money market or fixed income instrument when interest rate was rising, no doubt a lot of them have made sizable money or return on investment, no doubt. But interest rate as we speak is slowing down, currently falling. Also those that invested in dollar denominated asset when we had our currency at around 600, even 1,000 level, as we speak, they seem to have maximized their gain because the currency as we speak is broadly more stable compared to previously. So the question would then be, what do we still have on the table? I think we have equities on the table because there are some equities that are going to, number one, outperform the broad market. Number two, outperform inflation. When your investments cannot outperform inflation, then you are generating negative real return on investments. So equities are the asset class I believe investors can come into as we speak, and there will still be boasting of sizable return on investment over the next 12 months.
Thank you very much. When you look at macroeconomic indicators, over the years, Nigeria has experienced negative real interest rate. Why? Because the MPR rate, the inflation rate is always higher than the MPR rate. But based on the current rebasing, which made the inflation rate to fall to 24.48 from 34.8, why the monetary policy still hold the MPR rate to be 27.5. Now, when we look at the difference, there is a positive real interest rate. So, as an investor, what kind of financial instruments do you advise them to invest on, considering the real positive real interest rate?
So my sense is that investors can consider what I call corporate instruments. And when I say corporate instruments, it could be the bonds issued by corporates, it could be the commercial papers issued by corporates. When you buy into that, those kind of instruments, what you are doing for yourself is to generate a return that is slightly higher than what you would generate if you were investing in government instruments. So when interest rate is falling, you will still find a case where corporate bonds, corporate commercial papers will still give you more returns compared to what you will get with the other with the government. That is on one side. But when interest rate is falling, the most compelling asset class to consider are equities. For the following reasons. Number one, you would have a situation where the companies you are invested in or you are investing in are having lower cost of debt. When there's lower cost of debt, it implies that their earnings are going to be a lot more robust compared to if there was no lower cost of debt. Number two is that from a valuation standpoint, the weighted average cost of capital is going to be much lower in a low interest rate environment. And that will mean that the valuation of the company you are investing in will be much higher, and it will attract more investors to come and meet you that you are already established as an investor in the company. So it takes you to quickly identify all of those investments before more investors come to buy into that investment.
Very clear.
I like how this conversation is, looking really, we're making it very technical, but I also like us to address it from the standpoint of someone who is just out there watching this show today and is thinking, okay, I'm hearing equities, I'm hearing macroeconomic investment and all of that. I also just want to know, I want to have a very general sense of this topic. So the other day we had one of our front page stories that said that, right now is not a good time for real estate investors, that many of them are crying, so to speak, about the investment they've made, especially those of them that have office spaces, the ones who are, building office spaces. So I want you to please speak to that. Do you think that this is a good time, or what would you say about that story? Do you think this is a good time for real estate investment?
I think real estate investment is something that almost no investor will go wrong, investing in or taking part in that sector in terms of investment. Take a look at real estate. What you find is they are cost-based to start with. They have two sets of sources. The first source is local currency cost. The second one is foreign currency source. And that foreign currency source is dependent on the movement in the exchange rate. And that is what, in most cases, make the prices of properties to go higher. So when you invest in real estate, what you are doing for yourself is that you are preserving value for the future. Because an asset that you purchased last year, a property that is purchased last year for 75 million, and I'm giving you an example of an asset that I purchased last year for 75 million, exactly March last year.
Right.
As we speak, the value has more than doubled.
Wow.
You get? And it is more than doubled because the current investors in this space are capturing what we call replacement costs. If it cost me 45 million naira last year to erect a property and I sold for let's say 55 million, this year it is costing me 75 million. And I can sell for 100 million naira or thereabouts. So if I had that similar asset that is just constructing this year, if I had it since last year, I will also be marking to market. Meanwhile, I got mine for 75 million naira, and I'll be marking to market on the current prices in the market. And the prices in the market is moving largely because of the dislocation in the economy, because of exchange rate movement. Secondly, because of demand. Demand for real estate is strong, no doubt, but it depends on which aspect of it you are looking at. If you are looking at residential properties, the demand is on the high side. Rent, for instance, is something that is very hot in Lagos. as we speak, because the supply is just not adequate. So you almost would not go wrong if you are investing in real estate. You only need, the required, waiting period for you to reap the benefits of your investment.
And on your account, what risky investment will you say right now no one should be looking at? Like, this is risky.
So I think maybe an investment that I may consider risky is you betting against the Naira. If you are betting against the Naira this year, over the next couple of months, I think it is a risky thing to do. So because all of the fundamentals in place suggest that one should not be betting against the Naira. If you had betted against the Naira 2 years ago, you'll have done the right thing. If you had done the same thing last year, you'll have been in good hands. But this year, I think investors should be careful betting against the Naira.
Interesting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tagjon, once again. But you made a point talking about the cost of debt. I want to take you back to the capital structure, talking about the equities. Considering the current situation, say, okay, investment on equity might be better. So now, when we talk about capital structure, then we are talking about the debt structure and the equity. Now, considering presently, I think in the last 7 days, due to the FAC allocation, there is instability now in Naira. Don't you see investment on equity as a challenge?
I think what we are seeing on the Naira in terms of the pullback in the gain that we have seen so far this year is going to be short-lived. Short-lived because even the impact of FAC allocation is always short-lived. FAC allocation in the market will lift the level of liquidity in the system, but that liquidity dries up very quickly, not lasting for more than like a couple of days, and then the market is back.
Restore back to
back to normal levels. So I think it is going to be short-lived, and I would not recommend to investors to look at what is going to be short-lived. I think anybody investing should have not less than like 12 months period in terms of your time horizon on your investments. No doubt you can take profit if you find any opportunity within the 12 months period, but for you to be expecting something spectacular in terms of return in like 1 month, 2 months, I think to my mind it is too speculative. But when you have like a 12-month horizon, all of the impact of FAC allocation in the system, will fizzle out if you have a longer term horizon in terms of your investments.
That's great. That's great. Now, one more thing. When we talk about the current situation where the MPR 27.5 is greater than the inflation rate, so we have like 3 point something, which is the positive real interest rate. So what do you advise people who are low income earners to do? Should they increase to save because of the interest they are going to earn from it? Or what can you say about that?
So I think the way to view that thing is to put it in perspective. And putting it in perspective means that you are looking at the monetary policy rate at 27.5%. But the question is anyone getting the monetary policy rate as their yield on investment on any of the instruments in the market, either FGM bond or 1 year OMO or 1 year treasury bill?
TBS.
The answer is no. Absolutely nobody. Because inflation trend, because of that rebasing, has changed the entire narrative and the way the market is looking at commercial paper, treasury bills, and even OMO. So instead of us to have real positive yield on commercial paper, on treasury bills, on bonds, we are having negative real yield. So meanwhile, the 27.5% is presenting a positive real policy rate.
Exactly.
So there is that dislocation. And I think the dislocation is there because there is a time lag in terms of when the monetary policy authority is ready to take an action. And because they need to watch the newly rebased CPI over like a 4 to 5 month period before they can begin to address or cut monetary policy rates. But the market doesn't work that way. The market does not wait. Once the market sees a new number, it begins to react to it immediately. That is the reason that the moment we saw 24.8% inflation rate, 24.48% inflation rate, the yield on all of those money market instruments just began to drop. And they nosedived to the extent that they now resulted in negative real yield. So which means that monetary policy rate at 27.5% is just waiting to go and moderate to where market rate is. And I call it one thing in my report that I published about 2 weeks ago. I call it a transmission mechanism from the market to the economy. Because it has a meaning. The meaning is that for treasury bill, it is now costing the government much lower to borrow money from the markets. For the bonds, it is currently costing the government much lower to borrow long-term money from the market. And when that is the case, it will feed into the economy one way or the other, because the cost of borrowing for the government is now falling. So what they could have used to service debt previously can be set aside for some other purposes in the economy. So that is what we are seeing now. We are yet to see the economy into market, but we are seeing market into economy.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I still want to go back to low-income earners. You know, we were taught then in economics that Y is equals to consumption plus savings.
Correct.
Now, good. Now, in this case, people now say that, okay, based on what the figure is showing, those people that did not have the knowledge of the market, that now most people are saying that when you save more, when you save now, you will tend to earn more interest on your savings. So to low-income earners, let's say someone who have like 100,000, 200,000, what do you advise them to do?
Let me put this out there. If you are a low-income earner in Nigeria, my advice is that, and you want to
grow your wealth. Yeah.
You want to grow your wealth. You want to invest. My advice is that you invest in mutual funds. And the kind of mutual funds you will invest in is, you can consider money market mutual funds if you are risk averse, because all of those mutual funds that are money market based, you find that they give you a more compelling return on your investment compared to you putting your money in your savings account. Put your money in your savings account, the maximum you get is 30% of the monetary policy rate, and that is not more than like maybe around 6% or thereabout, if I'm not mistaken. But if you put your money in, let us say for example, you put your money in Chapel Hill then Arm Money Market Fund, you will get about 21% annual return, because that is what that mutual fund is delivering. Mutual funds naturally brings together wealth from many individuals, and a pool of funds becomes so big that it has a larger negotiating power to go and negotiate for higher interest rates, to go and negotiate for lower costs in the market. That is the benefit. So if you are a low-income earner, consider mutual funds. If you are risk averse, the mutual funds to focus on are money market instruments. If you are a risk taker, the mutual funds to look at are equities.
Thank you very much. Now let us demystify it the more to those low-income earners who struggled with some big grammars. Can you explain to our audience what mutual fund is all about?
So mutual funds,
in a layman.
Yeah, in a layman, mutual funds, I think I can describe it as follows. We have a situation where you have people that are a lot experienced in managing money. Those are the ones that we call investment managers. You also have a situation that investment manager has what we call license, such as the licenses issued by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And now they are allowed, because they have the license, to collect money from individuals and put in a pool of fund and invest in several asset classes. Let me give you an example. We have Mr. ABC.
Okay.
Each of them has 5,000 naira to invest.
Okay.
They are low income earners, but they have decided to set aside 5,000 naira every month to invest. So what they can do is they can put their 5,000 naira and give it to the investment manager. So that comes to about how much? 15,000 naira. So that investment manager is licensed by the authority. He will go to the market and look for a sizable investment to buy in the name of the portfolio. But inside that portfolio, it will be clear that this thing is owned by Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C. There will be a register to reflect that. So they will go and negotiate for either higher interest rate by buying commercial paper or buying treasury bill, or they can also buy bond depending on the capacity or the purchasing capacity of that 15,000 naira. They can also buy equities. For instance, if they decide to buy the stocks of, let's say, Dangote Cement, for instance, they can buy it. It will be owned by the fund, but the underlying owner are those three low-income earners. Anytime that dividend is paid by Dangote, it will go into that pool of fund, and it can be shared among those three unit holders. Anytime that Dangote share price increases in price, it will go into the fund, and if you decide that you want to take out your money from the fund, you can call for it. It is permissible. Whenever you see that the value of the pool of fund has gone up, either because, number one, the prices have gone up of the investments they made. I give an example of Dangote Cement. Or number two, the company they invested in has paid dividends. Example also is Dangote Cement. You can call for your investment that I have made money at the end of 1 year. It is very likely that your 5,000 naira you put in there becomes 7,000 naira. If you are in need of it, laws permit it, regulation permit it for you to come and request, and you take your money. Trust me, if you go and save the 5,000 naira in your savings account, at the end of 1 year, you cannot get up to like that 7,000 naira. What you will get is maybe like 5,300, depending on where interest rate is at that point in time.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, just before you come in, Mr. Ojabelo, and before we let you go, we're talking about investment opportunities in the struggling economy, but we also have to think of the global scale. A lot of things are happening right now, especially with the Donald Trump administration. Every time we're seeing, almost every morning, you're seeing a new order, increased tariffs here and there. But I want you to, from a research and strategy angle, if you could just point us out to some of the opportunities or some of the threats that we have in this administration.
So if we speak to global development, like the current, trade war, between the US and some selected economies, the way to look at it is as follows. If China cannot really sell into the US, and Canada cannot sell so much into the US because of all of these tariff increases, what does it imply? It implies that they have to look for other markets to sell to. And what it implies is that you have to sell to either existing markets where you normally sell to, other countries or you look for new markets, new countries where you previously were not selling to, and begin to sell to them and let the US be, if you really don't want to go into that trade war. So when that is the case, what it implies is just one thing. Number one, it implies if you are going into your existing markets to sell more, you are increasing your supply. When you increase your supply, your negotiating power reduces, your pricing power reduces. When your pricing power reduces, it is positive for those countries that you are selling more to. So in Nigeria here, for instance, this should be something that should play out for us positively. Because the Chinese would have to sell more to us since they cannot really sell so much into the US. And then selling more to us means they are supplying more. Supplying more to us means that they cannot really be increasing their prices, sporadically speaking. So they will just have to manage us and allow, in fact, they possibly will have to beg some markets to take some of their supply from them. So, but if that is not happening, it means that there are some middlemen that are taking advantage of that development. Naturally speaking, it should be positive for us in Nigeria. But talking about the second leg, which is selling into a new market. If you are selling into a new market, it means you have to sell at a favorable and friendly price to them. So which means new market in that case is also positive for them. The only market where it is not positive to is the Chinese market, the Canadian market, and the Mexican market, because that is where all of those goods are originating from. If they are not selling to a new market or selling more in the existing market, it means they have to domesticate it and sell it internally, and they cannot sell at higher prices.
But doesn't that also mean that it could also discourage local production if if there's lots of product coming in from all these countries back into
discouraging local production has to be explained, I think, because we are in a situation where, number one, we don't have the required infrastructure for us to produce all of the things that we need as a country. So which means that whatever we produce locally is inadequate to meet demand. So we are always filling this demand-supply gap with importation. So nothing can be too much and nothing can really be discouraging for local production in that regard. So local production will be going on, but it is until when we reach the stage of having the right infrastructure in place to stand on our own feet, that is when we can be saying that it is dangerous to local production, largely speaking. So, but we still have deficit in terms of demand and supply. So we are filling that gap via that. Look at Presco, for instance. Presco, in that space, we have crude palm oil. Nigeria consumes more crude palm oil than what is produced locally. Both Okomu and Presco are not able to meet local demand. So we are always filling that gap with what comes in from Malaysia and Indonesia. So, and that will be the case in as much as we don't have the capacity and the infrastructure and the number of players that are local players to increase that output for us. So there will still be that opportunity in my mind.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tajudeen. Going to the global analysis effect on Nigerian economy. Now, there is a thought there that during currency devaluation, there will be export promotion and imported goods will be more expensive. Why? Because the currency has been devaluated. Now, capitalizing on the opportunity between the trade war that required the US, the Mexico, the China, don't you see that if China decides to sell more to Nigeria because of the trade war, the goods is also coming in China currency whenever it's devalued. An average Nigerian purchasing power is already affected. Will we be able to buy?
So this is the way to look at it. So whatever we do, number one, we are not completely eliminating importation from our economy. I think that is what is fundamental. Okay? The second thing that is fundamental is pricing. Even if we would need more US dollars, to import, on the back of that, if the pricing is favorable, it is good for the economy. Because what we import could be machineries, what we import could be unfinished goods that will be used locally to increase productivity. When productivity improves locally, naturally speaking, prices should fall. Or at the worst, prices should stabilize. So we cannot completely, eliminate that. The second way to now look at it also is that whatever we do in terms of other trades on that leg, we have some savings that are accruing to us as a country when you consider the oil sector, for instance. Because now that we now have Naira for oil, crude oil sale, that is helping us to reduce the pressure on our FX demand. Number two, we have local refineries working. It also helps us to reduce the pressure on our FX. So we have that sort of little space to accommodate more, assuming that we are seeing more inflow into the economy from like China or Mexico or Canada.
Thank you very much. Now, when you look at, I think, according to MBS, Nigeria experienced a 16 trillion trade surplus without any quarterly deficit. We've experienced this maybe over 5 years ago, but we experienced in 2024. What did you think could be the drivers of that surplus? And do we still expect something of that nature in 2025?
So I think the way to look at that development, you are spot on. We have trade surplus. That trade surplus did not materialize because we have higher exports, not at all. It materialized because our import slowed down. Our import reduced significantly. When you are not, getting the required liquidity in the foreign currency market, you will not really have much to import. So you slow down on your production. Let me give you an example. The giant of telecommunication in Nigeria is MTN. MTN did something significantly different last year. What they did was to reduce significantly what we call their capital expenditure, because it required US dollars for them to import some machines, equipment for their business. So they reduced it. That demand that is not materialized is also partly helping our import bill to reduce. That is the reason that we saw that trade
that led to that surplus.
Yeah, that's trade surplus.
Do we expect something?
So this year, I think what most likely will play out this year is possibly the reverse.
How?
And I say the reverse because we have a situation where those in the oil and gas sector are doing a lot more. Number one, in terms of production. Number two, and more importantly, in terms of the investments they are making. If you look at Aradel, for instance, the investment in the Renaissance, a business is something.
Capital.
Yeah, that Renaissance deal that they had, that deal is a big one. And what it implies is that once they have invested, they will be ramping up production. And if they increase production, it implies more export for us that can help us to stay in a trade surplus. The second and fundamental thing also to this is what has happened in the refining space. If you look at Dangote refinery, for instance, that business is selling to other countries outside Nigeria. So what it implies is that the more it sells, the more of its likes, the more they also sell, the more for us in terms of our export earnings. And all of those elements will help us to stay like trade surplus for this year as well.
It means that in this year 2025 we are going to, there's likely chance we follow the same path of that.
Very likely, and what may pick up is imports, but it will not be as rapid
to negate
that surplus or benefits we are going to see from export, because that export is being supported by government policy.
Right, and I'm afraid we have to leave it here right now. It's been a very informative discourse. Thank you very much, Mr. Tajuddin Ibrahim, for spending your time with us on the big story today, as well as you, Mr. Ojabelo. It was a great addition. Thank you so much. And this has been the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You're welcome.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer. The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
BTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see the headlines for today. Low-income earners should invest in mutual funds for compelling return, expert says. Plateau Revenue Service sets target of 52 billion naira for 2025. Nigeria, UAE to hold talks on visa restrictions. DR Congo offers $5 million bounties for rebel leaders. Nwako Kanu's son, Sean Kuti, signs for Polish club Górnik Pokowice. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Director of Research and Strategy at Chapel Hill Denham, Tajuddin Ibrahim, has urged low-income earners to invest in mutual funds for higher investment return. The director revealed this during his appearance on Business Day television today, the 10th of March 2025. According to Tajuddin, investment in mutual funds like money market will give you a more compelling return on investment than leaving the money in savings account. He, however, urged risk takers to invest in mutual funds like equities. Moving on, the Plateau State's Internal Revenue Service has announced a revenue growth trajectory with a significant increase from 15.9 billion naira in 2023 to 31.14 billion naira in 2024. The chairman of the PSIRS, Pam Wires, in an address on Friday, revealed that the organization has made tremendous progress since taking office in 2023. He attributed this success to the service's commitment to improving revenue generation and tax compliance, revealing that the government has set an ambitious target of 52 billion naira for 2025. Still on, Nigeria and the United Arab Emirates will hold talks in the coming days addressing the persistent challenges Nigerians face in obtaining visas. This talk aims to resolve concerns over visa restrictions and strengthen diplomatic economic ties between both nations. The decision was reached during a courtesy visit by Salim Said Al-Shamsi, the UAE ambassador to Nigeria, to Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, at the Tafawa Balewa House in Abuja. The minister reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to its partnership with the UAE, highlighting the deep economic connections between both countries. Now, to end the local news, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has invited the Emewule-led members of the House of Assembly to a meeting. This was contained in a letter issued in Port Harcourt on Sunday, the 9th of March, by the Secretary to the State Government, Dr. Tammy Danagogo. The letter, titled Meeting Between the Governor of Rivers State and the Honorable Members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, was addressed to the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Right Honorable Martin Amewule. The meeting follows the controversy surrounding the state government since the conduction of the local government elections. And on the foreign scene, the Democratic Republic of Congo government has offered a reward of $5 million to help arrest 3 leaders of the M23 rebel group, which was seized much of the past part of the country this year, I beg your pardon. A former head of DR Congo's Electoral Commission, Cornel Nanga, now leads the Congo River Alliance, which includes the M23 rebel group, addressing large rallies in the cities under the group's control. The bounty is also on offer for M23 leaders Sultani Makenga and Bertrand Bisimwa. The 3 men were prosecuted last year in absentia by a military court and given death sentences for treason. Also, Iran's supreme leader has criticized bullying countries in an apparent response to Donald Trump's letter demanding the negotiations over its nuclear program. Trump revealed on Friday, March 7th, that he had warned Tehran in a letter it could face military action unless it agreed to talks for a nuclear deal. In a furious response on Saturday, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei revealed Iran would not negotiate with bullying governments insisting on talks. According to the United Nations, his regime has advanced its nuclear program rapidly in recent years. And now to sports. The son of Nigerian football icon Nwako Kanu has signed with Polish third-tier side Górnik Pokowice, marking the start of his professional football career. The 19-year-old Sean Kanu moved to Górnik Pokowice was announced by KS Dazamet connector Noel Sol. It says that he joined another Polish team, Górnik, without disclosing the length of financial details of the contract. The wife of the former Super Eagles star, Amara Kanu, attended the signing ceremony, expressing her pride and excitement on social media. Now, to end the local news, Arsenal are reportedly close to securing the signing of Victor Osimhen having agreed on a €62 million fee to bring the Nigerian striker to the Emirates this summer. The 26-year-old striker, currently on loan at Galatasaray, has been on the radar of several top European clubs, including Manchester United, Chelsea, and Napoli, who are unlikely to retain Osimhen beyond this season. According to Team Talk, Arsenal's willingness to meet the valuation puts them in a strong position to land one of Europe's most prolific strikers. And these were the top headlines this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Watch out for more updates on BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Happy International Women's Day 2025. Today, we celebrate the phenomenal women of BusinessDay Media Limited. The trailblazers in our newsroom, marketing, research, finance, and HR admin. You are the heartbeat of our organization, driving excellence, innovation, and transformation every day. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, calls us to push boundaries and create a future where every woman thrives. Your dedication, resilience, and brilliance inspires us all. Thank you for leading, breaking barriers, and shaping success. Keep inspiring, keep rising, and keep accelerating action. Happy International Women's Day.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. So what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No, you have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's have, because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in Kwara State. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, men also, we also need to shape perception
men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. You know, it's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. Inquirer, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, you know, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, you know, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, you know, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Imbu State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you. And then research and find like the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors in their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really, and it was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke. I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community She Ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of the Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women. And She Ventures, FCN's desk for women is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right? There was an event earlier on today. It was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant, of say 1 million, right? Are you sure that 1 million that we give you today will not kill your business? What are your margin lines like? We're giving you this loan at 16%. How are you going to ensure that you pay it back? And this is something that a lot of female businesses do not understand, because women in Nigeria, especially in the informal sector, tend to go into business not because they have the know-how or technical capacity or financial literacy. It's more subsistence living, right? They want to feed their family, they want to send their children to school, and so they go into business, which is one of the things that we try to do a lot of in FCNB. And in fact, we have a mentorship program with Whisker, and they mentor about 1,000 of our women every year, because we've seen that knowledge is actually one of the key things. So talking about a gap, it's financial literacy for women, and that is something that we need to scale up in West Africa. The next thing is, you've provided financial know-how and literacy, we've provided access to markets, access to networks, and then for me, the last thing is access to finance. Now, when it comes to finance, huge challenges as well, because we talk about single-digit interest rates. Now, give a woman a single-digit interest rate, but in Nigeria, we're still asking for things like collateral, right? How many women in Nigeria can access that facility? So you find out that, you come out and you say, or maybe the government says, we have $1 billion to give to female entrepreneurs. This year, it has to go. At the end of the year, maybe 100 million has been drawn down because women don't have the capacity to access those finances. So we need to start thinking about, if it's in our risk structures, curating something specific to female entrepreneurs. And then, so you don't take them through the same process that you'll take any other entrepreneur, because their challenges are a bit different and peculiar. So are we talking about, for example, cash flow lending? Is that something that we can think of doing? Because what I believe is that if we find that perfect product, and I'm sure FCM will be the first bank to do that, you'll be surprised that even if it's not a single digit rate, lower interest rate, or you have the specific product for that woman, you'll be surprised as those female entrepreneurs knocking at your door to access finance.
I am, first of all, in awe of Amina. I was here the very first event that Whisker started. How many years ago was that? A long time, but not that long. And I could never, but I knew her, that it would morph into this giant organization, able to mentor so many people, impact so many diverse organizations, and continuously excel every year to put this event together. And I was just teasing her. I said, look, you brought presidents from all over the world. It's just that America has their own president right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hear one day that you the American British president here with you. The tentacles that this organization has reached is really formidable. And it's a textbook on how to go about setting up not-for-profit. And for that, I think she really needs to be applauded.
I just wanted to say that this is our 16th year, and it's been amazing. It gets better and better every year. I come every year, and it's always an inspiration. And congratulations to Mrs. Oyagbola and the entire team that makes up Whisker, because there's a large team involved.
I believe inclusion and diversity in organizations and corporations in Nigeria have always been there. Going back to when I look at my mom, when she coming back from America, she worked at Securities and Exchange Commission and moved up to a director position before heading to becoming chairman and CEO of Investment and Securities Tribunal in Abuja. And I know a lot of other women like her. So it's always been there for women, maybe just not in leadership roles in comparison to men. And I think the thing is women just need to be bolder, braver, persistent in trying to achieve their career and business goals in Nigeria. Yes, it can be a difficult country to navigate, a difficult terrain to navigate culturally, but it's definitely there for the taking if you do want to succeed, if you do want to be successful in your career and in your business. Just be persistent, just be brave, just be bold, and go for it.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. When you say what legal right, my mind goes to so many, because there's so many rights of women that are not amplified, or women still have a challenge with enforcing or maximizing. And I'll just start with the simplest one that affects us all and is also enshrined in our constitution, and that's the freedom from discrimination. If I ask you, you can count myriads of times you've been discriminated against just because of your gender, and also unnecessary biases that women have faced, both at work, at home, in their secular life, just by being female. And why I pick this is because it's not for lack of legislation that women still face discrimination, but it's a bias that is inbuilt that even legislation cannot take away. The only thing that legislation can do for us is that at least it makes us aware and it creates some punitive measures around it. However, that hasn't stopped society from discriminating on women based on their biases, just like at work. If a man and a woman are competing for the same role, most of the time there's a bias that, oh, the man may do it better. Or even like a labor law used to provide that women shouldn't work at night. Just feeling, well, it may have had a good intent in terms of not exposing a weaker gender in quote to harsh working conditions, but the right to be free from discrimination to me is the greatest challenge, that one of the greatest challenges that women face.
Yeah, and moving from your experience in the legal field, what are some of the biggest challenges that women face when they seek justice, and how can the system be more supportive of them?
The system, okay, as a lawyer, of course, everybody expects being a female lawyer, you should be able to speak up more than the average woman on the street. But I'll just take an instance with our justice system. If you visited any police station today, you'll see it boldly written, bail is free. And there is no mention or discrimination overtly as to whether a woman can bail. But 9 out of 10, it is difficult for a woman to bail another person because the conditions that they will give you will not include a woman. And if you also come to the judicial system, of course, there are so many female judges, so many female magistrates, and so many excellent female lawyers. But that hasn't also minimized, minimize is not the right word. That hasn't also stopped the fact that sometimes some firms may not even hire you just because you're female. I experienced that at the beginning of my career. There were some firms that wouldn't even grant me audience then just because I was female, and it didn't make sense. It's subtle, and some may even tell you things like, oh, you soon get married, you soon start having children, and you won't be able to put in your best. Nobody tells a man these sort of things. But I think, these are biases that one has to be intentional about not promoting and ensuring that everyone is given a fair opportunity regardless of gender.
Right, and what legal resources do women currently have to protect themselves from things like discrimination or violence? And also, do you think we need to make this protection stronger?
Nigeria has never lacked laws. If you ask me, I think we have too many laws that are unenforced or that we are not given the right enforcement to. Starting with the first point I made about discrimination, it is enshrined in our constitution that everyone, there's a freedom not to be discriminated against. But has it stopped? So one has, of course, you can sue that you've been discriminated against and the legal system will take its course, right? But most of the time, people don't even challenge these discriminations. And again, I don't know whether it's a cultural thing or just accepting it the way it is, but we have laws protecting the rights of women. Just like every woman has a right to be educated, but is that the case? And how many people challenge it? And even if you challenge it, there's no free education. So you still need the financial muscle to follow through with that. You have a right to own property, etc. And even a right to inherit. But these are things that we as individuals, family, circle, etc., have to be intentional about. And most times when people, even taking the right to own property, when someone dies interstate, nobody considers the female child. They go like, oh, we'll think of them. Or if somebody has all female, they say, oh, he has all girls. But nobody says the same thing like when he has all boys. So those are the sort of nuances that society used to fuel to make the laws inefficient, despite the fact that we have laws protecting the rights of women. We people need to also intentionally maximize and be bold enough to be seen as the exception, because typically people don't want to challenge status quo so as not to be labeled. But sometimes if we want to change the system and change the narrative, we have to dare to be different and dare to be labeled different as well if we want to make things happen.
Fantastic. And if you could change anything about legal education and how it works, what would you do to make it more inclusive and empowering for young women dreaming of a career in law?
I will just say, starting from the home, it is tell your female child that it is okay to aspire to be whatever she wants to be. Tell your female child who wants to be a lawyer. Don't give the impression, oh, you are troublesome, therefore you'll be a lawyer, or you talk too much, therefore you'll be a lawyer, or and those are the subtle things that make people even shy away from things they intentionally want to do. And when it also, of course, the legal system is not tweaked to favor any gender. It is standard enough, and it is therefore available whether male or female, and the way it is also instructed. However, where I would want us to be intentional about are those biases that affect the way we engage, the way we cut off. If a girl child is making a point, and I don't know about, but we see it in the boardroom, we see it in corporate environment. You are making a point. Sometimes the female are not bold enough. So I think we should raise the girl child and also invariably the female lawyer to give them more confidence to air their views, even if it's not right. The fear of failure cripples, and we raise our kids up, and I'm sure if we are Nigerians, we're very competitive as Nigerians. We want to be the best in everything. And the typical Nigerian parent does not suffer fools. You expected everybody must come first, forgetting that, people follow sequentially. I think we should be intentional in our education to let people know that it is okay not to know everything. Even if you fail, it is not the end of the world. But we portray this higher than life attitude and expect everybody, and sometimes the already timid woman feels more intimidated when faced with complex matters because of that imposter syndrome, which we have to be intentional about drowning and letting the female child express her voice a whole lot more.
And as a woman lawyer yourself, what role do you think that women in the legal profession play in shaping policies that affect women's rights, and how can they increase their impact?
I like to say that just like it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a professional village to raise another professional. And I look back, and all I can say is thanks to the senior female lawyers who took interest in me as a young lawyer and helped me gain first the self-confidence to be who I am and to keep learning. I remember in my early days, I started my practice in Port Harcourt, and I joined the Federation of International Female Lawyers, known as FIDA. And we had a lot of community engagements. Initially, I was wondering, why are we visiting so many communities in the area? But one thing that struck me, and thanks to the likes of Honorable Justice Elsie Thompson, Missy Nima Aguma, and co, these ladies exposed me to how to give back to the society and not to think of just yourself in the office, in your elitist world without the grassroots. There was, in some parts of our country, I don't know if you've heard about female genital mutilation.
Yes, I have. FGM.
Exactly. And it's practiced in a lot of communities around us then in River State. FIDA was instrumental in ensuring that there's a law passed against that. Again, like I mentioned earlier, we have laws and people have actually been intentional about promoting the rights of women and protecting them as well, the rights of the girl child. And these are ways we can influence the system to make it more accommodating for female. And recently, we've heard loads of cases about domestic violence. Of course, not trying to imply that domestic violence is only against women. It could be against men as well. However, we know that the greater proportion of women, of gender-based violence is usually against women. And there's been a law passed against that. So where there are issues and people amplify their voice and are intentional about it, legislation is passed. It is now left for us to enforce those legislation and educate people, and also in our own personal biases, make sure that we don't accept the wrong things as the norm and make excuse, in saying that, oh, this is Africa, this is the way we are, right? So those are some of the examples I've seen come to play and how women have influenced in protecting the rights of women in our society.
Right, and having said all of these things, let's talk about the gender pay gap. How can the legal profession step up to address this and ensure that women have the same opportunities as their male counterparts, even when they're doing the same things?
I want to just point out, I don't know of any legislation that says that a woman doing the same work as a man will be paid less. I don't know. There might be, but I don't know of such. Reason I'm saying that is, it is policy or individual driven. Somebody comes to work in company A. Whoever is the hiring manager or human resources professional decides on the pay gap. The question is, the person making that call, why does he or she think in their mind that it is okay to pay differently for the same role? If it is not as a result of some bias in their mind or feeling that a woman cannot perform as equally. And what we can do as individuals and also as lawyers is, when you know of this, it is grounds for suing for discrimination. And even before suing for discrimination in terms of pay, the policymakers or the employers of labor or the human resource professional or the hiring manager, depending on how you are exposed, how you intentionally want to educate yourself, and we all have biases, but how aware you are of your biases to make sure that you don't discriminate. And another thing I would also ask of us is, when you know of such discriminatory practices, don't just sweep it under the carpet. Speak up. The worst that can happen in any situation is for the company to say no. And then you have a legal grounds to challenge that. But don't just accept it and say, well, at least I have a job. Yes, you're not just speaking up for yourself, you're speaking up for the person coming right behind you. But most of the time, we are too scared to challenge the status quo.
And for women who are up against barriers in the workplace, facing legal issues around domestic violence or reproductive health and whatnot, what advice would you give them to navigate these challenges?
Besides what the law has given as your right not to be discriminated against, and of course your right to maternity leave, it depends on you and I to make sure that where we work, the companies we work for, the people we hire, the people that are the gatekeepers, respect the constitution of our land, respect the laws of our land, and are also professional enough in their engagement. A friend of mine had to lose her job because she got pregnant while working for an institution when she had signed that she shouldn't get pregnant. And when she even gave me that example, I'm like, seriously? Somebody asked you to sign an undertaking that you wouldn't get married or get pregnant in the first 2 years of your employment, and you did sign. Of course, because of the high rate of employment, people accept to sign all sorts of things just to get into the door. But that is the question I asked. The organization that came up with such a policy, didn't they have a lawyer in their employ? Or the human resource personnel didn't think of the laws of the land, the labor laws, when we're coming up with such? And the people that have walked through those doors and even left, nobody thought of looking back to say, look, that company is doing practicing unfair practices and therefore should be taken up, So those are, I think that as things like this get noticed, please let us speak up against them and actually insist on them, being exposed, because I don't understand how people would, we're trying to create in quote, an egalitarian society, and yet there are different scales for measuring different people, right? This is where our voices need to be louder.
And when you say where our voices need to be loud, it brings me to this question. How then do you think that the international law can help to improve women's rights around the world, especially in places where challenges are most severe? I don't want to say Africa, but like in places where challenges are most severe.
I will still come back. Most nations are part of the United Nations, and you have signed all the treaties. Again, we signed these treaties. Somebody needs to enforce them. The international laws have guaranteed the right for freedom from discrimination, freedom from slavery, the rights of the girl child, etc. And all the labor treaties. Of course, Nigeria and many other African countries have signed those treaties. But then you come back home, what then do you do with them? International law is what it is. It has given you the tool. What are we doing with them? Nigerian legal system is what it is. It has given us the legislations, the tools. What then are we doing with it? It's for me, the next action for us, because this is not the first time probably you're having this sort of interview, or I'm granting this sort of interview, but the point is, what next? Personally, I like being practical. If the law of my land says I shouldn't be discriminated against for being a female, and I experience discrimination, I'll challenge that. Now, if only Ozim challenges that, people say, oh, don't mind her, she's a troublemaker. But if you and I, other people, and men that are our allies as well, because you don't need to be a woman to protect the right of a woman, but you can be our ally. If you say, no, I don't want that to happen because I also have a daughter, I have a sister that shouldn't face this, the voices become louder. But when you make it a woman problem to solve, it does, because then you will be judged. You're only talking because you're a woman. But if you also feel that this is ours to make sure it doesn't happen, because I may not be a woman, but I was born of a woman. I have a sister, I have a daughter, and I don't want the same thing to happen to them, then the voices will become stronger and more credible.
I truly loved when you said what next, and it brings me to the theme for this year's Women's Day event. It's really interesting. It says women and girls' rights, equality and empowerment, and the hashtag being accelerating action. For me, there's no better way to put that. For you, Ozim, what would that look like for you when we talk about accelerating action?
I would ask myself, and I also want us to ask ourselves, okay, what can I do differently to give validity to these policies, the laws, the regulation? What can I do differently? And there's so many things we can do differently, starting from the home. How do you raise your girl child? How do you make your boys treat your girls? Do they understand that every human being should be respected regardless of gender? At work, when I see things not going well, what do I do? Do I look the other way and say it is not my business? Or do I challenge the system in a way to achieve results? Those are the steps we need to take, and be intentional. And I'll just give you a practical example. Growing up, I didn't realize what my father and my mom were trying to do until I became an adult. To be honest, I didn't understand that there's anything like gender at work. You are who you are. You come to work without thinking, oh, I'm a female lawyer. That wasn't my reality, because I was raised to think. I was raised to ask questions, to look at people when you're having a conversation, right? Though I had a clash of culture growing up, because you go to school and somebody will say you're being too forward because you're looking at the teacher right in the eye, and culturally that it is wrong. What that did for me over the years was helping me find my voice. But that didn't take away the imposter syndrome, because regardless of how confident you think you are, sometimes you hear those voices that make you feel inadequate. But the only thing is, because you've heard affirmations over time, it will help you drown those voices. Please, parents, as you raise your children, let your girls stop hearing "stop it," and let your boys stop hearing "oh, don't worry, it's okay, boys must be boys." If I'm not, I know you want to raise pretty ladies, it is okay, but it's all subtle. A girl wants to climb the chair, come down, don't you know you're a girl? The boy wants to climb the chair, you look away, they climb, they fall, they get up, they pack themselves. Those little steps teach the children. One learns to be independent and take risk. Another one learns to be too cautious and looks for affirmation before they act. If we can be deliberate at that stage, let them discover themselves. If you climb the chair and you fall, you rub yourself and you move on. Next time, remove inhibition from the minds of your girl child. And also, as they grow, and like everybody will have this imposter syndrome, let there be a mentor. Let there be that adult to say, look, it is okay. I have walked this road before. It will be a disservice to our generation if we still continue that mindset of you have to be excellent. It is okay to be excellent, or you have to be, without giving room to risk or failure. You raise people that are not well balanced. Even if your child comes home with 0%, encourage them to try harder, but don't create like an utopic environment to make someone feel as if they have to be perfect. That way, in a bid not to be perfect, they forget to even challenge any situation that may not look right, and even blame themselves for that situation not being right. So that's, for me, is our intentional ways as human beings we can start challenging those status quo. And for us, the men as well, this is not a fight for women alone, if I can call it a fight. Sometimes we focus on women's rights as if we're the only ones to benefit. So imagine if your mom is working and is working in a very stable environment. She comes home a happier wife, a happier mother. But if you ignore it as, okay, as far as daddy is okay, we are good. Or as far as my son is fine, we're good. It affects everybody's well-being. So if your gender is not the one being discriminated against today, be an ally. And it is a collaboration. Everyone can put heads together and find how best to, achieve it.
Thank you very much, Azim, for your time today. I wish you a lovely rest of your day. Do have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
on the theme of positioning for uncertainty and looming risks, China, starting September, is introducing artificial intelligence courses in primary and secondary schools. This is to prepare to dominate the sector as economies transition into a new AI-driven digital age. Neil Yusuf, Managing Partner Veraki and Chairman Nigerian Economic Summit Group, also comments on how businesses are coping with the uncertainty. It's all about staying close to customers to have more insights into their needs and improving foresight. Also about fostering more flexibility in your execution. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at the main business stories. Today focuses on businesses and uncertainty as we continue to navigate an unusual year, already described as one of phenomenal uncertainty.
So how can companies cope during uncertainty? I mean, one thing that is clear is that 2025 is a year of uncertainties. There'll be increase in costs, there'll be a lot of crisis and chaos. And so the first thing really is just stay close to your customer, hug your customers, understand their situation, understand their concerns, understand the challenges they are facing, and that gives you insight so that you can then forecast what that means for your own business. And as you're staying close to your customer, you also need to go and stay close to your partners, your trade partners, your distributors, your suppliers. This is the time when you need just create strategic relationships with them so that they can flex their schedule with you, so that they can support you to really withstand the pressures that will come this year. And talking about pressure, there will be currency pressure. So it's a time this year is when you want to see if you can do a lot of local costs as opposed to foreign currency costs. And also a lot of variable costs as opposed to fixed costs. So how can you variabilize your costs? Whether it's your labor costs, your production costs, your input costs, your technology costs, even your warehousing, your supply chain costs. How can you turn them into variables and less of fixed costs? That is important for you to do this year. And this year will be a time for more of just in case and less of just in time manufacturing. So JIT won't work because you're not sure of when there will be disruptions, and there will be disruptions based on uncertainty. And so it's got to be more of a just in case. So you build a bit of reserves, you build a bit of stock to avoid situation of stock out that can impair your production. I'm talking about buffer. You also need to have cash buffers. Liquidity is important, and liquidity will be king this year. So have cash buffers that can allow you to respond to challenges, but also to seize unexpected opportunities. Many companies will need to sell assets, will need to even shut down. And so this is a period where you really want to work and see how you can use your cash to take advantages of these opportunities. Risk management is important. Compliance is also important. And so the US has waived the FCPA, that's the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. But that doesn't mean other countries have. I mean, the UK Bribery Act is still operational. In Nigeria, the EFCC or the ICPC Act are still operational. And so you've got to understand the lay of the land. And so you need to have capabilities to watch risks, monitor trends, look at compliance, and ensure your company is compliant with the relevant laws, both local and in other markets where you play. And talking about that market, geodiversity is important. You got to geo-diversify your capabilities, be it production, be it input sourcing, be it even where you have factories or where you source from or where you hire people from. You got to hire from different geography. As you supply to the north, you must supply to the south. As you buy from the west, you must also buy from the east. So geodiversity is important to avoid concentration risk. Your inbound supply chain, your outbound supply chain should not be overtly concentrated on one source. So as you ship through land, you must ship through sea, you must ship through the air. As you transport through rail, you must transport through roads, etc. So your inbound and outbound logistics, your sources, your warehouses, they all should be diversified so that you are not concentrated in one area. Hope is not the strategy. So while we hope for the best, we must prepare for the worst, and that's the story of this year. You must embrace the uncertainty. You must prepare for the worst that can come. You know, the military talk about VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. That's what will happen this year. So you must prepare for all those and look at different scenarios that would then ensure that whatever happens, you're able to thrive. And that means you must follow the data. You must follow the data. You must have management systems in place with both leading and lagging indicators so that you can get a sense of what is about to come. You can get a sense of what is likely to come. And you can then act and take informed decisions based on the data that's available to you. So you manage your business based on data, not based on emotions or based on feelings. And you must consistently communicate. And I would say even over communicate with your staff, with your suppliers, so that they understand why you're taking decisions that you're taking. The mission remains the same, but your tactics this year, your initiatives this year must be flexible and must change based on the dynamics of the situation. And if you do this, you're able to build trust and build some level of understanding with your staff, with your suppliers, with your customers, so that together you can flex and adjust to be able to have some level of stability even this period of uncertainty.
Scenario planning will be more important, also knowing how to read the data triggers and responding not with panic, but also drawing on built-in flexibilities and being able to pivot more easily, having more variable and diverse sourcing of inputs. Analysts say the leading global organizations are still able to tackle their core challenges by reinventing their processes end-to-end swiftly as the context changes, also aligning their leadership and setting measurable goals to drive impact, not for yesterday's environment, but in a future somewhat unpredictable context. Also, they are rethinking talent management to get the best results in the more digital, dynamic environment. We will bring other perspectives on what businesses can do differently as we explore this theme of uncertainty in other episodes. For more business news, China's National Consumer Price Index in February fell into negative territory for the first time since January last year, weighed down by a decline in food, tobacco and alcohol prices. The CPI declined by 0.7% last month, reversing a year-on-year gain of 0.5% in January. Analysts had expected a shallower contraction of 0.5%. Last week, it was all about lack of clarity concerning tariffs and implications for the global economy. The Nasdaq has also dropped, that's the US tech index, over 10% from its last record high in December. That is a technical correction. It's still too early to read this week's US Producer Price Index and Consumer Price Index as leading measures on the impact of tariffs, even as investors separate the noise, that is the euphoria and pessimism, from the signals. Last Friday's US jobs report was greeted with a sigh of relief as it showed the labor market added 151,000 jobs in the month, just below expectations, and unemployment rate up to 4.1%. With other signs of slowing growth, it was better than many had feared. Fed Chair Jerome Powell remained cautious on Friday, warning that policy uncertainty makes it difficult for the Reserve Committee, that's the Monetary Policy Committee, to enact policy adjustments, adding that the U.S. economy is in a good place despite the elevated uncertainty. Still in the U.S., Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Friday also said the U.S. economy is going through a natural adjustment as it transitions away from public spending to private spending, describing what looks like a market shock as a detox period. He also added that tariffs are a one-time price adjustment. Trump had said Americans should expect a little disturbance from his trade policies, and he did not rule out a shallow recession this year. Trump also said the administration was in touch with 4 different groups examining the options on the sale of TikTok. On Saturday, China announced tariffs on over $2.6 billion worth of Canadian agricultural and food products, retaliating against levies introduced in October by Canada. The levies are scheduled to take effect on the 20th of March, and they will match the 100% and 25% import duties Ottawa slapped on China-made electric vehicles and steel and aluminium products. Nigeria's total merchandise trade recorded significant growth in the fourth quarter of 2024, driven by a sharp rise in imports and steady export performance. The surplus for the quarter stood at 3.42 trillion naira, reflecting a 34.9% drop from the previous data, largely attributed to the continued rise in imports and a marginal drop in export earnings. Crude oil continued to dominate Nigeria's exports, accounting for 68.9% of total exports. Nigeria needs to expand non-crude oil value-added exports and grow a manufacturing and production base to substitute more of the importing that it does. And in South Africa, the rand had its best week in over 6 months, fueled by positive domestic data. The South African local currency gained about 2.5% over the week, making it the best week since August. Analysts attributed the strength to positive domestic data showing SA's economy returning to growth in the fourth quarter, with GDP expanding 0.6% quarter on quarter. Looking at crude oil prices, they were lower this morning on concerns about global economic growth and fuel demand, as well as increased production quota from OPEC Plus producers. Brent crude standard in early morning trade inched down to $70 a barrel. Still again on the theme of uncertainty, the IMF last week has been speaking on its role in the Asia-Pacific region, and later in a speech last Thursday, Deputy Managing Director Nigel Clark at a symposium on the future of international cooperation on the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II said a chasm has opened between aspiration and reality, with, of course, all the attendant uncertainty. He suggests the IMF can help steady the ship, being a seasoned repository of knowledge on how to do this, adding that the IMF can also help countries to design well-phased and well-communicated plans for budget consolidation and maintaining effective monetary policies to contain inflation. Also, the IMF New Advisory Council on Entrepreneurship and Growth can also share lessons to help countries get the growth they need, including how to harness technological advancement, notably in artificial intelligence, also helping to achieve smaller government footprints, smarter tax regimes, more efficient public spending, and better infrastructure. My sense is that the IMF can only be an enabler in the equation for growth. It does its fair share in enabling nations that already have the appetite for change and a good navigation and execution framework. But what I think needs to be strengthened is its capacity to influence the major economies like the United States and China to act in the interest of global priorities, as opposed to, of late, a more nationalist and protectionist stance. Leaders, especially in Africa, have a poor image of the IMF, looking at 80 years that seem to have extended the gap between the south and northern countries and expanded inequality between wealthy and poorer nations, causing many to think the IMF serves better the interest of the richer West. Germany's industrial sector this morning reported an impressive upturn in January, jumping 2% month-on-month, better than 1.5% expected, and reversing a revised 1.5% decline in December. Asia-Pacific markets were mixed, with concern that in China, an excess capacity is fueling deflation, which will weigh on growth. Canada's ruling Liberal Party elected Mark Carney, former central bank UK boss, as its new leader, also expected to try to ease trade tensions with Donald Trump. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosan. Bye-bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Happy International Women's Day 2025. Today, we celebrate the phenomenal women of BusinessDay Media Limited. The trailblazers in our newsroom, marketing, research, finance, and HR admin. You are the heartbeat of our organization, driving excellence, innovation, and transformation every day. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, calls us to push boundaries and create a future where every woman thrives. Your dedication, resilience, and brilliance inspires us all. Thank you for leading, breaking barriers, and shaping success. Keep inspiring, keep rising, and keep accelerating action. Happy International Women's Day.
Hello, this is the International Women's Day series on BDTV. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and as we continue to push the frontiers to accelerate action, women and girls across the world are pressing for rights, equality, and empowerment. Today, I'm joined in conversation with Dr. Vicky Otaroyina. She's an elevation coach, and she specializes in guiding high-achieving, faith-driven women who are seeking to align their professional success with their spiritual values. She also is a 9-time author. Let me start by asking you, Dr. Vicky, what does this year's theme of accelerating action mean to you?
Thank you so much. Accelerating action for me is all about understanding the purpose for why you are here, the reason for which you're created. When we talk about accelerating, it means moving faster. So I know that we have so many goals, we want to become so many things, but as we accelerate, it has to be with purpose. It has to be with you understanding why you are here, so that every step that you make is an intentional step to lead you to fulfillment and being more joyful, being more happy, knowing that you are everything that you've been called to be.
Right. And how can women navigate the challenging journey of achieving their professional goals to maximize personal career, spiritual, and personal fulfillment? Because I know that this is something that you are a professional at. So please tell us.
Yes, when it comes to fulfilling your professional goals and aligning it with the spiritual goals, I think it first and foremost, as I said before, it starts at the place of understanding your purpose, your God-given purpose. And your God-given purpose is not only about ministry, it's your purpose in the area of business, in the area of being whether you're a wife or a mother, but understanding what you're called for allows you to of course lead with greater intention. It allows you to get involved in the type of activities that align with the skills, the abilities, the talents that are inside of you. And of course, if you want to lead at greatest capacity, capacity and align those spiritual goals, it's important for you to understand and to deal with all those things that might be hindering you from being your greatest self. So whenever I talk to women, they are professional women, they're doing so much, and they always say to me, I'm not feeling fulfilled. I feel as if there's so much inside of me, but yet I am not getting there. That means that it's a time to step back, to go back even to your past, to see all those passions, all those giftings. Are they being realized? Is that potential being tapped into? And if there's untapped potential, then I take you through a few steps to get that untapped so that you can be the fullest and the greatest, operating at the fullest potential. So then you lead according to your greatest ability. You lead according to your greatest skills, your greatest talents, your greatest gifts, so that you benefit, or that there is a benefit for those that are around you, and they too, seeing you walk in that way, would have the desire to also walk in the fullness of who you've been created to be. But we cannot be anything without knowing what our God has placed us here for. So in doing that, we are able to lead according to that plan, and of course, put things in place to do it in a manner that is balanced.
As an elevation coach focused on women, what would you say are the biggest challenges that women leaders face in their careers?
I think the biggest challenge a lot of women, but a lot of the things they say to me, is that I feel overwhelmed. I am at the top of the ladder. I am married. I have children. I am also might be a minister, or I might be in some type of religious activity. And I just feel overwhelmed. And as I said before, what I do with them is that I help them come to a place where they can clarify their purpose. A lot of them get to the point when I sit down with them, I take them through the process of the SOAR template. And that SOAR template, the S, which is the self-discovery, it takes them through like a situation analysis. Where are you today? What is inside of you, and where do you want to go based on what is inside of you? So through that process, we uncover so much of the wealth, the gifts, the abilities, so much of the buried treasures that are inside of you. And I then take you over to the O, which is the objectives. We then begin to build some objectives for your life so that you continue in a way that you don't feel imbalanced. So what are you going to do for this year? What are you going to do for this period to feel more balanced? Is it that you have to pay more attention to your married life? Is it that you have to pay more attention to your parental activities? Is it that you have to spend more time taking care of yourself? So we develop a plan that helps you to feel more balanced, and of course, aligning that plan with the clarity that we have found in understanding the purpose that you're called to. And as we get to that place, we start moving toward with actionable steps to execute those objectives. And then at the last part, we want to make sure that you understand that all that you're doing as a business owner or as a professional, as an executive, you're really building a brand. You're really sent here with a message. You're really sent here with something that is going to change lives. So then I show you not only how to do that in the business place, not only how to do that in your family, but how to build a brand that affects people across the globe, so that all that is inside of you is not going to waste, but you're executing it and you're sharing it in the spaces and the places where it needs to be shared.
Very bright. And when you say all of these things, I want to ask you this question. Do you believe there's anything as work-life balance? If you believe so, how then is it achieved?
I believe that there is something, I believe that it can be described as work-life balance. But there are times in our lives where we have to know, in this season or in this time, what is it that I am supposed to be focusing on, or what is it that I'm supposed to give most of my attention to? So it's not that I give 2 hours to work or 2 hours to my entrepreneurial journey, 2 hours to my husband. No, it's all about understanding your purpose in that season what you are supposed to be doing to fulfill your purpose in that season. And that then determines where I give the most of my energy. For instance, you might be doing so well in business, but you may be lacking in the home. So that's where now you will begin to adopt different strategies, adopt different time management. You're going to be reading different resources. You're at the top of the ladder in accounts. You know everything about accounts, but you're not managing that marriage well. So it's all about knowing in that season what is most important and what needs to be built up, what needs to be transformed, and what it takes for you to elevate to the next level where you are in harmony with those that are around you and you are seeing the results that you want to see in every area, including in family as well.
Right. And research shows that despite professional achievement, I mean, I read that also in something that you shared with me, many women in leadership positions feel that they aren't living up to their full potential, particularly in integrating their faith with their career. Why do you think that is the case?
I think it could be the case because we put a lot of attention on reaching the top of the ladder. And we put a lot of attention, and that comes from in the household. It comes from our upbringing. I know here in the Caribbean, they always tell you, get a degree, go to school, get a degree, get married, get home, get children. And it seems like if we've been reared to believe that, that's the most important thing. That's important. But what's important is also being able to craft a life that is led by purpose. And a life that is led by purpose, you elevate not only in your career, but you have a view of the entire circle of life, all the aspects of life. So you're not one-sided, but you elevate in every area of life because you realize these elements make up who you are, and then you're able to align your values. You're able to align the spiritual aspect of it, because that is the foundation of everything that you do. So you won't be pursuing that ladder or pursuing anything else unless you have the foundation, which is the spiritual, unless you know that your God is telling you this is where you need to go. So that balance, or that pursuit of the professional life, or the pursuit of being at the top of the ladder, it normally becomes the main priority. But the main priority becomes knowing what my faith is, what my purpose is, what I'm supposed to be doing. And of course, as that is the foundation, you're going to be pushed to the top. But as you're pushed to the top, it's going to be done with such a fulfillment and such a level of joy, because you're not just fulfilling a dream to become something great, but you're fulfilling the purpose for which you've been created for.
Interesting. Now, so a study from Harvard Business Review highlights that while women make up a significant portion of corporate leaders, many actually report feeling isolated and unsupported in pursuing their broader life goals, which includes, of course, their spiritual aspirations. How can women find more support?
Yes, I think isolation is definitely a truth. It is a fact. But for me, in my journey, I've always found that it's necessary to, if it's an issue or a problem that I'm going through, find a counselor. I always have been able to go through the therapy process to really take myself to the next level. And that's why I'm called the elevation coach, because all that I've been through in life, I've never stood by myself. I've never remained in that depressive or a state where I'm just by myself. I've always sought help. And every time I've sought help, I've been able to come out of the things that I'm going through to a better and a stronger version of myself. When it comes to the area of profession and even in ministry, it is always important to surround yourself with like-minded individuals that are saying the same thing, that are going to push you, that are going to speak the right words, that are going to elevate you with every aspect of their life, and they're not going to leave you by yourself. We all need people, because we're not in an island by ourselves. We're not an island by ourselves. So we all need to seek like-minded people, organizations, groupings that will lift us up. Sometimes there are women sessions that are designed specifically to transform our minds. It is time for us women to get hold of these sessions, get involved with these things, seek out where help is needed, and that alone helps us to raise ourselves up, to elevate ourselves, and to live a more purpose-driven life. Because of course, as we're living in purpose, we're going to seek those groupings that align with our purpose, align with our values, and they are going to help build us up to the next level.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Vicky. It was really lovely speaking with you and learning from you this afternoon. I hope you have a wonderful month, and happy International Women's Day to you.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
As we celebrate International Women's Day today all across the world, we recognize the theme for all women and girls: rights, equality, and empowerment. The hashtag Accelerate Action. I'm speaking with Manti Umar today. She's a management consultant at Purple Patch Consult, and she'll be sharing with us what it means to accelerate action from a point of being a differently abled person. First, let me start by asking you a very interesting question. Can you share with us how your unique journey has shaped your understanding of rights and empowerment?
My journey has been that I would call one of resilience. It's learning. It's consistently unwavering commitment to advocating not just for inclusion and empowerment, but living as a differently abled woman in a society that overlooks our experiences has shaped my understanding from very many perspectives. It's not just a personal portrait, it's made me understand how every other person that has been dealing with what they've dealt with has been able to come through. Let me start with saying I didn't have these difficulties till very recent years. And so understanding and being able to accept how a lot of other people were dealing with it became something I had to work on a daily basis. So it's different if you were born this way and then you say that through life, you had to develop your attitude, habits, and that. But it came at the peak of my career with so many other things happening, and it shaped quite a few things. My experiences have taught me that rights are not given. They must be actively claimed and protected through policies, representation, and societal shifts. I have also learned that the empowerment, not just of women, men, anybody that is able-bodied, comes from a place of knowledge, economic independence, and it must be in an environment that enables rather than limits them.
So what for you has been the most empowering moment of your life? I mean, I understand from what you've said now that it wasn't a situation of something that you were born with. So along the line, what has been the most empowering moment in your life as a differently abled woman? And how has it accelerated your sense of self-empowerment?
My most defining and empowering moment has been realizing that I didn't have to fit into societal expectations to succeed. I didn't have to be a particular way, certain way. It was the moment that I embraced my uniqueness. I leveraged my strength and I focused on the things that others felt would be limitations. It was that time where I needed to get a task accomplished. I had all the skills, I had the IQ, I had the EQ and everything, but the only limiting factor was going to be that the people that were going to hire me for that consultancy had felt that because I had to use crutches at the time, that it would slow down their work. I realized that there were two things. I could either prove that I could deliver on what was needed, or I could just back down and say, you know what, I had this disability or I had this thing. But that shift in perspective, it accelerated my sense of self-empowerment. It allowed me to take bold steps in my career, and not just for myself, it's what put me on the pedestal where I was able to advocate for others and challenge systemic barriers.
Right, and speaking of inclusion and accelerating action, how can society accelerate actions to make daily life and the workplace more inclusive of women with different abilities to ensure their rights are recognized and respected?
Across the years that I have had to work with international governments and local authorities, by local that in Africa, around Africa, West Africa especially, I've advocated for an adoption of a universal design. A universal design that makes public spaces, our workplaces, and our digital platforms accessible to everybody that needs to be able to access. The problem is not the disability. The challenge is in the reoccurring lack of design, enabling design for everybody to be able to work with. And then the other thing I'd say is that we need to enforce policies, not just having disability right laws, but ensuring that they are implemented. We have many policies, we have many laws, we have many things that are done daily to advocate, in quotes, for what it is that is disability. But we need to enforce these policies. A third thing that I come up top of my head is that we must promote representation. Women with disabilities must be part of decision making. You can't be making decisions for me when it is that I am the one that understands how things work for me. We don't just make them beneficiaries when you want to have one political campaign or sort. Make them a part of the decision making that brings the representation of their policies to bear. And we need to also work on our mindsets. Education and awareness for me are critical to breaking stereotypes. Economic empowerment of women is something else I have advocated for in the last recent years, where there need to be more job opportunities. I drive, I cook, I do everything I need to do. My IQ is very high and that. So you cannot just limit us because you feel we have a certain, the limitation is more essentially in the mind of the person that views the person with a disability, rather with the person that has that special ability. So let's provide them funding for entrepreneurs. Let's include workplace accommodations, make where you have the staircases all through. Could you also have the slopes? Could we have the elevators? Make it more inclusive for them so that they can also be economically empowered.
Right. Do you have any women who have inspired you to push for greater rights and equality? I mean, you've spoken about having women at the helm of affairs, making decisions, people that can also relate to the same journey, not someone else, trying to make laws and policies when they don't have an understanding. So are there any women who have inspired you to push for greater rights and equality for women with who are differently abled?
I like the way you use the word differently abled, and I must commend because many times the word disability is just thrown in our faces. I would say I draw inspiration from countless women who have worked in this space. I haven't gotten to meet quite a lot of them, but I have been able to interact internationally with quite a few of them. We have, if I would mention names, I would talk about Helen Keller. I would also talk about Malala. Despite their disabilities, they were able to advocate in ways that it didn't just carry along the differently abled women, it carried along so many people in the society. But more importantly, I know that I am inspired by women in my community. I see a lot of women in my community who, despite the challenges, are making significant contributions. I mean, very significant contributions to society. There's an elderly lady that we were able to provide funding for who is crippled, but is planting and is selling. She goes on her bare back and plants through large plots of land. And those are the kind of women that make me go out every day to advocate for women who are differently abled. Their resilience fuels my commitment to push for greater heights for all of us in this space.
Right, and in your opinion, what should be the top priority for accelerating progress on improving the lives and rights of women who are living, differently worldwide?
Top of my head, I'd say that it would be economic and political inclusion. Women with disabilities must be in places where we can influence decisions, whether in leadership, in governance, in corporates. Africa, our financial independence is key to driving our empowerment. I'm able to have a voice, speak, because I am able to make money, to work, to make money, to be able to speak at the stages that I am able to. More women, if they are enabled, would be able to do that. So I think that my priority in speaking to governments at this time is that the economic and political inclusion of women who are differently abled is the topmost priority for any government that wants to put them at the top of their list.
Right. And what role has community support played in your empowerment in general, and how can we accelerate action to create more inclusive and supportive communities for the differently abled women around the world?
Through mentorship, allyship. I have found allies in international communities, from the Global Shapers, where I'm a founding curator in, to many other international groups where I lead and belong, even advocacy groups, to create more inclusive communities. We will need strong advocacy networks. We need to amplify our voices. We need accessible infrastructure so that we can foster true inclusion. I also believe that collaborations between private and public sectors will ensure sustainable solutions are made for each and every one of us.
Right. And finally, what does International Women's Day mean to you, particularly in the context of this year's theme, which is focusing on accelerating actions to ensure the right, the equality, and empowerment of women? So from your own unique perspective, what does this year's theme mean for you?
This year, I believe the International Women's Day is a day for us to reflect, to amplify, and to act. It's a day for us to celebrate the progress we've made across the years, but also to hold our systems accountable. This year's theme of accelerating action is especially significant for me because it shows up a sense of urgency. It puts us at the place where we're not just having our everyday panels and group functions and not just conversations. We have to see how we can enable all the things that we've spoken about across the years to become reality. So I just want to reflect. I feel that this year, above speaking, organizing events, we should reflect, amplify what has been done so far, and then act on them.
And thank you. That was going to be my final question, but I actually have another question from just what you've said. You said to act differently and all of that. And just yesterday I was reading a post which talked about performative activism, especially when on International Women's Day we have lots of panels here, events here and there. For you, how would you say it's a better way to celebrate International Women's Day in ways that actually acknowledge and promote the rights and contributions of differently abled women in the global conversations, And what changes do you hope to see in the next 5 to 10 years?
I believe that in these panels, let me start with the panels, just like you said. We need to bring together the women that have truly been part of this system. By that, I mean bring women that have the experience, not the people that will speak above. So I know that there are also the disabilities that do not show up bodily, but even with those, so even if they're hearing impaired, bring these women together and allow them be the ones to represent themselves, these women, men, or women, especially when we talk of the International Women's Day. The panel discussions and media policies must include differently abled women at the forefront of these events. That's the first thing for me. And let us support the women that need. So we have this event, and I have no biases about it, but I say if it is that we want to deal with children, let's deal with children. If it's a day for specially abled women, then let us bring them together and then let us hear their stories. Because in listening to their stories, we can then come into tangible actions beyond words. We can understand when it is that we create an event and there are just staircases leading into the event venue, and not everybody is using crutches and can walk like I am. And then when they come in their wheelchairs and abled women have to lift them across the staircases, it creates a different awareness for you and I for the next time we're trying to get a venue. Let them be tangible representatives of these events. Then what changes do I hope to see? And specifically when I thought about this interview, I thought about these things too yesterday, and I said, I want to see more women with disabilities in leadership roles because they can. I also want a stronger legal framework protecting our rights as women with disabilities. There should be better access to education, healthcare, technology, spaces, better access for all of us. A world where inclusion is the norm, not the exception. Don't say, okay, the problem with having a disability, I insist, is not with the person that has the impairment. The problem is with the people that do not acknowledge that all of us are differently abled. So I look forward to a country, I look forward to communities, I look forward to workplaces, I look forward to cities, I look forward to boardrooms where you acknowledge the fact that someone that is coming in has a different need from you. You need the staircase. I may need the slopes. That you acknowledge, as I acknowledge that you need the staircases, that I have a special need, and that is made provision for before I am there.
Thank you very much, Manti, for speaking with us today. It's really lovely hearing from you, and I do hope that in the next 5-10 years, just as we've said, we will definitely see all of these changes getting to be effective. But thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Permit me to say amen. Thank you. And do have a lovely day too. It was beautiful speaking with you.
Happy International Women's Day 2025. Today, we celebrate the phenomenal women of BusinessDay Media Limited. The trailblazers in our newsroom, marketing, research, finance, and HR admin. You are the heartbeat of our organization, driving excellence, innovation, and transformation every day. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, calls us to push boundaries and create a future where every woman thrives. Your dedication, resilience, and brilliance inspires us all. Thank you for leading, breaking barriers, and shaping success. Keep inspiring, keep rising, and keep accelerating action. Happy International Women's Day.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship, and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. Well, what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talent, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No, you have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
Thank you. It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's have, because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship. This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners
their spouses get citizenship. Yeah. So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women. Yeah. It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in our state. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture. Yeah. So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, men also, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Yeah. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the foreign service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well to support yourself. And, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick to your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world. And you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Bui State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you. and then research and find like the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he for she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the bank.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see the headlines for today. NNPCL suspends Naira for crude deal. Weak Naira boosts Nigeria's competitiveness to 25-year high. Pro-Wike lawmakers gives conditions to meet Fubara. North Korean hackers cash out hundreds of millions from $1.5 billion Bybit hack. Osimhen, Lookman shine as Nigerian stars deliver crucial goals across Europe. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, has suspended the Naira for crude oil swap deal with domestic refiners, including Dangote Refinery and other private operators. The Naira for crude arrangement, introduced on October 1, 2024, allowed local refiners to purchase crude oil in Naira instead of dollars. The initiative was designed to support domestic refining capacity, reduce reliance on imported petroleum products, and stabilize the local currency by easing pressure on foreign exchange reserves. This decision has sparked discussions about the implication of Nigeria's energy sector and the broader economy. Moving on, the Naira's fall has seen the Nigerian economy more competitive than any time in the past 25 years. According to a report by the British think tank Chatham House, the Naira has been devalued by more than 70%, fell from 460 Naira to dollar per around 2023 to just below 1,500 currently, representing one of the largest currency adjustments anywhere in the world for years. While the Naira depreciated compared to what it was 2 years ago, it has improved Nigeria's balance of payments, as data from National Bureau of Statistics show that the country recorded over 16 trillion Naira trade surplus in 2024, one of the highest on record. To end the local news, the Martin Amewule-led Rivers State House of Assembly has on Sunday night of March 2025 directed Governor Siminalaye's Fubara to channel his invitation to the members properly and not through social media. This interaction followed the invitation to the Assembly for a meeting with the governor at the government house today, 10th of March. The secretary to the state government, Dr. Tami Dana-Gogo, revealed the meeting was expected to address key issues, including the provision of seating space for the assembly, payment of outstanding allowances, and the presentation of the 2025 budget. On the foreign scene, hackers thought to be working for the North Korean regime have successfully converted at least $300 million of their record-breaking $1.5 billion crypto heist to unrecoverable funds. The criminals, known as Lazarus Group, swiped the huge haul of that digital tokens in a hack on crypto exchange Bybit 2 weeks ago. Since then, it has remained very difficult to track and block the hackers from successfully converting the crypto into usable cash. Experts say the infamous hacking team is working nearly 24 hours a day, potentially funneling the money into the regime's military development. To end the news, Super Eagles stars are making headlines with standout performances for their respective clubs across Europe. Leading the charge were Victor Osimhen and Ademola Lookman, who delivered decisive goals over the weekend, reinforcing their fine form ahead of international duty. Osimhen played a major role in Galatasaray's 2-1 victory over Allianspor at the Gain Park Stadium on Sunday, March 9th, scoring the match-winning goal with a powerful header in the 62nd minute. The 26-year-old striker has now tallied 22 goals and 5 assists in 29 appearances across all competitions this season. Those were the top headlines on BDTV News Updates. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Happy International Women's Day 2025. Today, we celebrate the phenomenal women of BusinessDay Media Limited. The trailblazers in our newsroom, marketing, research, finance, and HR admin. You are the heartbeat of our organization, driving excellence, innovation, and transformation every day. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, calls us to push boundaries and create a future where every woman thrives. Your dedication, resilience, and brilliance inspires us all. Thank you for leading, breaking barriers, and shaping success. Keep inspiring, keep rising, and keep accelerating action. Happy International Women's Day.